We're back.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh,
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out.
Huh?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. Engarde hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet.
But
Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
Nick, that kind of sucks with kids.
oh, you're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yes, that's right. So...
Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective?
Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe
Oh, hey, pal. Don't mind me.
has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. Also, with a name like that, I don't really have a whole lot of options for, like,
so you
choice of
quit the
career.
force.
What do you mean he quit the force? He was fired.
Right.
Remember that? It's another instance where it's been a little bit since our last session, so it takes a little bit of... Let's see. Anything to examine in here? No, this is all the same. Oh, that's an interesting little thought. So that's a different gate water, but same chain.
Yeah.
This is the, Nickel Samurai, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Nick, please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, all right?
We have to be her Nickel Samurai now. Hey, I've got a present for you.
Look, it's my attorney's badge.
Oh, it's a little tarnished, don't you think, pal? Don't worry, I'll make it all sparkly shiny again.
I'm really touched.
Oh, my Pearl's only 8. I forgot. I thought she was 9, but no, she's 8. What do you have to say about any of these people there, Gumshoe?
My impression of her has totally changed, pal.
So where is she right now?
I'm sure she's being questioned out at the precinct. At the very least about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation and all. She'll probably be staying over at the detention center, too.
The detention center, huh?
Oh, I can't believe it. Maya getting kidnapped all because of this guy. I mean, what kind of person is the real murderer anyway?
Maybe they're a big fan of Mr. Engarde?
But the kidnapper's voice. He sounded like an old man to me. Old men can't like TV.
No, it's impossible.
I'm not a real fan of action shows or nothing, but I know who Engarde is and Mad Engarde are. Engarde, though, he was always desperately trying to be better than Mad Engarde.
Alright. Anything about to say about Francisca?
Is she alright? After being shot, I mean.
Right, let's not forget about the part where Francisca's shot currently.
Her wound isn't that bad. Well, the gunshot wound anyway. The wound to her pride. That's a different story, pal.
The wound to her pride.
Well, until now, she always upheld Yvonne Karma Creed. But since she came here, well, you've given her pride quite a beating, pal.
Oh.
I mean, she may act all grown up, but she's really still just an 18-year-old. Quite frankly, I worry about her, pal. Kind of obscene that we expect 18-year-olds to act like fully grown adults just the moment they turn 18, right? Oh, that's the first time I've seen that side of Edgeworth, pal. Forcing people to say what he wants to during testimony. I don't want to know what in the world happened to him all this time he's been gone. Oh, people are jealous of my cool, my roguishly cool detective look, pal. All because of this look that I passed the detective's test, you know.
Oh.
But, you know, people can't coast through life on their looks alone, pal.
Yeah, you can't count on your looks alone.
Wow, I learned something new today.
Well, alright. Let's see what else you got to say to us, Gumshoe.
So, what are you going to do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
Oh, I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Say what?
Oh, you'll be researching for things that'll prove Mr. Engarde's innocence all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy food?
It's just the capitalist system we all live in.
Fair enough.
Makes it hard for people to, even at the lowest rung, to afford healthy food. You wonder why people at register live longer. It's because they have access to healthy food more often than people who are poor do. Here, I got some literature. That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that, pal. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
You said that? Oh, that's horrible.
Because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth. Ms. Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself.
Uh-huh.
But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
Oh, you mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Engarde. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day.
Then, you're saying the testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Yeah, we kind of all forgot about that, huh? Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
Are you telling me a pistol shot this gun?
Is this really the time for that, pal?
But she...
A woman is in the hospital. Show some fucking class, Mr. Wright.
Richard,
Nick, show
it's a
some
coping
fucking
strategy,
class.
Richard.
My real name's not Richard.
Richard Gumshoe.
But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there, but she'll be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? What are you gonna visit her, pal?
No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Yeah. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you, pal? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. Maybe it'd do her good for you to, if you went and let her whip you for a bit.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Now I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital, oh yeah, it's the Hottie Clinic.
Oh no! That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi.
I'm working for you now.
All right, so we've got some options now. The detention center, the hotel lobby, the criminal affairs department, and the Hottie clinic. I think first and foremost, we should go check in on Franziska.
Yeah.
Before we do anything else, make sure she's doing all right.
Never thought I'd ever come back to this place.
Yeah. Are you here to visit a patient?
Hi.
I forget what voice I gave him, but I'm assuming it was something close to this.
Wait a second. You're...
Yeah, I'm Dr. Hottie.
Why are you still here?
What is it? Can I help you? You can call me, Director Hottie.
Director Hottie. So, oh my god, I had his voice for a moment.
Edgeworth?
Yeah, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man for this morning. Yeah, what is it?
Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands. Cause, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. And that thing, the surgery, it went really well.
You have my gratitude.
It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful. was absolutely tired. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, her opponent was a gun after all.
So what? A gun did shoot her.
Mr. Wright, have you no fucking class?
I've been told that.
No, Mr. Edgeworth, he has no fucking class.
Don't go teaching Pearls new words.
I didn't. You clearly did.
And when I stuck up at a real sneaker, like, she would scream really loud. Yeah.
I see.
She's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yeah, I could get used to it, too. Ah!
Go back to your room.
You're so mean. My frisky friska. That's okay. Ah! Okay. Yeah, time for my V-drops. Yeah.
Good thing her egg shoulders are still intact.
I have spares. I wasn't
Spare shoulders?
I wasn't wearing the bulletproof eggs today, so that's on me.
You got shoulders bigger than Samus.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I forgot my shtick. I'm out of sorts from getting shot.
You have a shtick, Miss Von Karma?
Several.
Want to look around back here?
Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time he came to visit? Doesn't look like they moved any closer to the reception desk, huh? Is the clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better?
Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, oh, sorry.
Nick canonically going around monologuing about stuff he sees.
This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't look like there's anyone at the counter. On the wall is this month's word to the wise. Put your best foot forward. Putting this up at a general clinic like this doesn't really mean much, does it?
Not really. There's nothing really to discover here, but like...
I wonder where that doorway down there leads to.
Oh, that's the x-ray room. Yeah.
How did you know what I was thinking?
Yeah, well, we're in the second game now, so we're getting kind of meta with some of the jokes. That's the x-ray room. Yeah.
There's something very peculiar about this guy, because I know it's not me. This must be the waiting area. It's got the feeling of one, and there are sofas lined up, but I don't see all that many patients.
Yeah, well, visiting hours are over, that's why. It's time for nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is.
Isn't there anyone keeping an eye on this guy?
Clearly not. Oh, hey, Francisca. How you doing?
I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time.
What? No, it does?
Yeah. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know? Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action given the bullet that was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you with that irresponsible deal you made.
I think I know what deal he's referring to.
Should we try to see if Francisca has anything to say about...
I guess that's all I got.
Fair enough.
Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Ms. Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engarde, you told Ms. Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Monsieur Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. all while hiding Ms. Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective: to find Engarde guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Monsieur Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. And I'm pretty mean.
She is pretty mean.
Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engarde will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me...
Oh, what's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Ms. Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far...
But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It is only natural.
And we talked already about what Edgeworth has learned that Nick hasn't yet, and how that's changed what he does in the courtroom.
By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness that card! Give it to me! Hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Oh, this... I can't believe you hid this from me this whole time!
That card. What in the world is it?
You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this, and that includes the 9-year-old.
Oh, don't worry. I don't snitch.
A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it.
I understand.
Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley D. Killer. Get it? Get it?
Yeah.
Shelley? Because it's a shell?
Yeah.
And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, and the best at that. I guess when your birth name is D. Killer, you don't really have a whole lot of options.
An assassin. So, who is this Shelley D. Killer?
D. Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
Do his legs get tired?
Right. My sister is in the hospital because of this man. Would you stop?
I haven't told you about my medium.
That's it. That's it. I've given up hope on you. I'm going away now. I'm taking the young girl too. Come on, Pearl.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Dick Killer name.
So, because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them?
He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
I think it is part of his duty to his clients.
His duty?
If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured that it was he who killed the victim. Also serves as an insurance against the charges being pushed onto his clients.
I see.
D. Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Seems this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess that even honorable assassins can exist.
Yeah, you see a lot of that in fan fiction.
So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree?
Shelley the killer, huh?
I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is there something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way.
Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley D. Killer. The client who ordered the job is definitely Matt Engarde, your own client.
Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that.
I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley D. Killer. If you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We will meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Engarde hired an assassin?
No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock.
Yeah, I guess not. It'd be really fucked up if he could just use conveniently worded truths to mislead us.
Yeah.
Based on our own assumptions.
Maya,
Could you imagine what would happen?
please. All I ask is you make it home, safe and sound.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see.
Yeah, way too dark to see in here.
What's this? Feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And they feel like barrels. I'll pass on now. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around.
Is this our first time doing a tandem exploration?
It is! It is! I mean, we had a small Maya segment earlier, but yeah.
What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in a hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? VHS tapes? What sick fuck has a collection of VHS tapes in the year 2017? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should start looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. It's so dark in here I can barely see, but I just kind of feel like videotapes, all of them. What kind of room is this? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, that's cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. What if it's some kind of puzzle or something? Oh no, did I wake up in a Resident Evil game? Oh no. Okay, well. I'll start collecting everything I find. Well, I've never seen a TV this big before. No, where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai in a TV like this. Ah! Can't believe I just made a joke about dying. All things considered. What is this thing? It's an antenna? I guess? This is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets in here. But, like, they're all suspiciously dated? From, like, at least 20 years ago. What are they all doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. Never really used one before.
What?
In the year of our Lord 2017. I mean, to be fair, of all people, Maya, who lives in a secluded village, primarily in a secluded village,
Yeah.
and who's now boss Nick doesn't use a computer himself, which admittedly is anomalous, but like, there's reasons. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this to get out of here somehow. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." But this could be a clue. Locked, of course. Doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. A little hole at the bottom of the door, though. If I was a little skinnier, then maybe I could be able to crawl through there.
Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will.
Ah!
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting, I am an assassin.
No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick! Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engarde. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
Oh, I'm still here.
So why a photo of Celeste Inpax?
Hey, have you heard anything from the kidnapper?
No, not yet.
I'm sure once he hears what's happened at the trial today, he'll call, pal. But remember, you can't provoke him when you get to talk to him, alright?
Why Celeste Inpax?
Yeah.
Because she was, Oh yeah, that's right. Why? No, I was confused too.
Because I had figured there was some way that Engarde was responsible for Inpax's death, or Corrida, but why would the killer have her photo?
Yeah, that's a great question. I wonder how the two of them are related. But nonetheless, that's an important little...
Is the killer in his own lair, or is that somebody else's house?
We didn't really find enough to figure it out, did we?
Yeah. If that was...
There's a lot of VCR tapes and stuff.
Yeah, if he was hanging out in, say a certain television actor's house with a large collection of filmed performances.
Sure,
off
okay.
that VCR. That
Yeah.
might make more sense.
That would make sense. But still, why would that specific actor have Celeste's photo? Still worth looking through. Let's swing by criminal affairs real quick. We'll check in with Matt on guard before we go to the crime scene again, because we might be able to make more progress on his more progress with him this time. Now that we've like got a better idea of what he's up to.
Wow. Everybody looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial.
Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding me. There's over 100 people on here.
I hear the telltale sound of a detective.
Mr. Nick, why do detectives sound like that?
It's quite unclear, really.
Is Mr. Engarde really that big bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would have to be because I feel like I could help this company grow.
He must be doing image training for corporate interviews. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks.
I guess these are all the same, or mostly.
This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen.
What? Prosecutor Von Karma was shot in front of the courthouse? Who did it? Who shot her?
I have a sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job.
Yeah, probably. All right, so we're not getting anything from here. Let's go to the detention center. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
Oh.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the...
Oh, you're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you.
Message?
It's from, Matt Engarde. Oh, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say.
To Mr. Lawyer, dude, I got something really important to tell you.
Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Yeah, yep. All right. Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask you. I had this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house today, so it's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? House is just a little ways down from the hotel, all right?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat.
Yep, that's what we're gonna do next. Let's see if we can... Do we want to go... Oh, we gotta go to the hotel lobby.
All right, now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass.
That's a contemporary reference. Actually, it's not very contemporary even in this year, is it?
Ms. Oldbag.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger.
What? What does that word mean?
I don't know what you just called me, but I'm deeply insulted.
Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really want is something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. I want it for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag.
Miss Oldbag.
Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with this silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this.
You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, young whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien.
All right, so let's get her to let us in.
Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Ms. Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to work at this worthless piece of...
Oh, Edgy Poo.
Is that her perfume, pheromone d'amour I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
He said he was mine truly.
That man's no good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. If you do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Ray gun!
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it.
Oh, that's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
Ah, what? What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engarde's room today.
Why?
The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Stand 1 foot in there, you'll face the wrath of Windy Oldbag.
That's so hard to do.
Yeah.
Sweet. So, finally we get to investigate shit.
A lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous, but right now the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here.
I don't think we need to check around out here, but, we gotta be thorough.
Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and press conference. But it's too bad neither event's going to be held now. It's the stage they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but
That press conference.
it was really the victim, Juan Corrida, trying to disclose something about Mr. Engarde.
They're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic?
They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside they're only human.
Oh. Okay.
These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage.
You know, Mr. Nick, I think that these things are probably worth a couple $1,000s on the black market, and they're just standing here. As long as we don't leave fingerprints, right?
You're a quick study, Pearls.
Thank you. I
You
learned it
take
by
after
watching
your
you.
sister.
Oh yeah, we can go to the living room now. So that's on Guard's house. We'll get to that in a moment, but let's go through the hotel first.
Looks like we're the only ones
It's
here.
been out for like 2 days now, hasn't it? It's starting to smell funny.
Some of it's probably still good.
I mean, oh, that one looks like it's still in the wrapper.
Yeah. What was my actual line?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Something, something, something. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer.
I don't think there's gonna be anything out here. Can check though.
I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again.
Yeah, me too.
Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot.
Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast?
Okay, let's look really hard then.
This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year?
Oh, no, it's the same.
That is such a beautiful sight.
The chandelier?
Yeah, but I can't believe it. I can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. It's shocking.
The award ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous.
You just reminded me of the circus for a second. Wonder if everyone else is all right.
I heard that Very Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls.
Oh, what was over here?
They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over.
Yeah, it has been just hanging out there for 2 days.
There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all gone together.
If only.
Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats and starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But do you have a camera?
Rec given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like a corn to be a real pro, you know?
I mean, I figured most people would just use one of their cell phones. It is 2017 after all.
Their what?
It's, oh, okay. Sorry, that's all I knew about from my tiny little isolated mountain village.
Cell phones. That one of them Quran things?
Oh, I think there might be something I'm unequipped to handle going on here.
So, I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah? Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about on God shoving his manager lady onto corrida? Yeah? Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders.
Bull duder. Is that kind of like bullshit?
What have you been teaching this small child?
He's been teaching me how to be a productive member of society. Also very cool words.
Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby. My $1,600 baby. That's like that one movie. What's with that?
Except off by maybe a couple orders of magnitude?
Same ballpark. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So, put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
Make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
What's homework?
And if you happen to...
That wasn't me, that's the game doing that.
Would you please just leave already?
Well, there goes Lotta. Oh, alright, so this is all the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything new here? Nope. Alright, well, let's move along then.
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon?
Excuse me, what you're calling a demon, brat?
Zoinks, it's the alien.
What are you calling an alien?
Oh, it's just you, Ms. Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with young ones today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
It just never stops, huh?
Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. But she was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better, okay?
Okay.
Now I've seen everything.
I don't really know what's going on here.
Me neither, Pearls, me neither.
But just so you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts. In my book,
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engarde.
well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
You have a stick?
I have a stick. Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear.
It's unbearable.
All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was in training, he fought barehanded with a bear. That's why they call it bear hand. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too.
Did all that really happen?
Yes, but something was lost in the translation, if you know what I mean. It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of crock.
Also, he's like age 21 and he's already written a biography? What the fuck? Ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears.
I don't think we have anything to talk to Oldbag. Wait, hold on. Okay, yep, nothing.
I, for one, am pretty thirsty, and I bet that tomato juice is still good. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it too much.
There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. Yoink?
So, the Nickel Samurai's costume wasn't here?
Yeah.
Can't believe Mr. Corrida went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Engarde.
Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume.
But were Mr. Engarde and Mr. Corrida friends?
They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals.
So, a rival is someone who's a strong enemy?
Pearls is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. Oh, the Robo-Bear.
So that's a bed.
Yep, it's big, but it's a bed.
Never seen one of those before in my life. It's so soft.
How easily children are entertained. In all likelihood, she hasn't actually seen a bed before. Because I remember when last time we went to Korean, you primarily used futons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Mr. Corrida had dinner that night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the awards show that night. But I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this.
I don't think there's anything else to find in here. Maybe we'll need to come back here for some reason?
There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator.
The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty.
Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut.
Oh, there's a beet, someone ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too.
Maybe red was his favorite color?
Wow, there were a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies. Think anyone would notice if I just took one?
I'm sure it'd be fine.
It's hard to bear with all these problems.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
We did this joke already, so I'm not going to do it again.
I don't think I want to bear with the trauma that last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Did you run out of trachos?
Yes. Although there are some chips, so like, they're probably fine.
Maya told me about trachos once. It's so messy in here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist.
You know what a watch is, Mr. Nick?
Whoops, for a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya.
Achoo!
Oh, right, this is the same thing. Whoops. Oh.
It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes.
Bear.
There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrida?
Why does he need it? The fact that there's an analog calculator in there, or like a separate calculator device is really... Alright, so I guess we can't do anything else here yet.
Seems like it.
I guess let's go feed Shu, huh?
Yeah. Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on a light.
Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come
I'd
on,
love
Mr.
to be
Nick.
in constant peril from my ceiling motorcycle that could fall on me at any moment.
Yeah, of all the things in his house, the ceiling motorcycle is the weirdest one, I feel.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu!
So I guess this is Shu?
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Yeah.
Is this the other side of the door that Maya saw?
Huh?
Maya's in the basement of this house. She saw the other side of that door with the cat door.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, the dramatic irony. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Engarde's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes? It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you.
Oh, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Engarde's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. It's impressive. This door is perfectly sized to prevent Maya from going through it.
Yeah, there's a lot of doors like that. She told me that there's like M1 and then M2 grade, depending on how much you want to prevent Maya specifically from getting through.
It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time under the ceiling motorcycle. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today?
Huh? I live in a rustic mountain mansion, so I don't know what you're talking about.
There is another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering around off over there, Mr. Nick. They didn't make a
Yes.
background for that area.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air. Huh, I'll fight it.
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fate Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
All right, well, Butler's let us walk around for a bit. Hello there.
You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engarde, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were? Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Engarde the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Oh, why'd you throw it away? Why'd you throw it away?
Right? Why'd he throw it away?
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
And Nick, unfortunately for him, doesn't have a mental picture of Shelly yet.
Yep.
So Nick isn't able to put that quite together. But yeah, it surely seems like Matt Engarde sent us on a frivolous little trip here, huh?
Matt Engarde would have no idea that the killers holed up in his house.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you would figure things out if you needed to. Where do we go from here? No.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
Ugh, that startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. All I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose, if I must, I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right. All right. Then, a little... What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Oh, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better.
An electronics expert. Who do we know that could fit that bill?
Oh, hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice. Thanks.
Thank you. Rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat.
Nope, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You gotta be kidding. And here I thought he'd already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. There's one way I know it can be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Oh, show him the transceiver. He likes gadgets, doesn't he?
Oh, the transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
Oh, what thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe
Maybe what?
it was electromagnetic interference, pal?
Electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. Stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? This still happens in
yes,
2017.
that is the thing that happens.
Huh? Computer?
I see.
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yeah, okay, the TV does do that. Huh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this.
I made...
So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, it's gotta be something else there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something?
Ah,
Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Creedon's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it, I'm going to sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. Meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
wait, Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! Gumshoe out.
We should get going too, Mr. Nick.
All right, let's go.
Gumshoe getting very, very happy about being able to investigate shit. Oh, that's the wrong way to move. I go here. And then here.
Hey, you finally here, pal.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Sounds like you got turned around at one point, huh?
Do you have the bug sweeper? Is it cute?
Oh, yeah, it's right here. See, Buster tried to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I was staring at the precinct doors. On the outside, I mean. Yeah, I couldn't get the police or the bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It is cute.
You might remember this, because it had a retroactive cameo in the 5th case in the evidence room.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, because the 5th case of game 1 was written after the original trilogy was done. So in one of the little call forwards, I guess at that point, you could see Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
Huh.
Yeah.
It looks a little broken.
Hey, I made this when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by who?
Me, of course. Seeing this show brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, it's gonna be beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, I might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, I'll show you how to use this baby. Get ready for a minigame. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right, now first let's turn the sweeper on. Next move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong the signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? If you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that are gonna give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at everything and anything that seems suspicious, alright, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
I can't wait till we find Mr. Bug.
It's definitely going to be a bear.
Oh.
Lamp check. Listening device, nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry.
All right. Oh, there's another lamp. Oh. Well, that's the TV.
I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places. Whoever would go inside a TV?
Right? Could you imagine going inside the TV?
It'd be fucked up.
That would be pretty fucked up. Oh, I learned a new word.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I recognize that one. Looks like the TV was left on and now it's showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good in English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream.
All right.
What a lovely bear.
This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
Remember when, like, toy robots were, like, a really big thing?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I want to say that was another mid-aughts thing.
Yep.
Is it a robot? It's a real robot.
Yeah, it's a real one.
Asimov, first law. Nick,
Yes?
how many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies.
How many horses are powering this robot, Nick? I need to know.
Well, look, it's a bear, so,
I guess we'll
one bear power? Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So, is there a listening device in there?
No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Karine Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so...
I'm still baby.
Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Gee, I'm sure glad we're having all these conversations about the listening device in the room in which that device is.
Me too.
They're gonna figure. They're either gonna figure it out when it's gone or when they hear us looking for it, right? This
radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yeah, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls?
Okay, the radio is on and playing something.
Oh, I thought they would continue going on if you kept.
That'd be cool if true.
So wait. So it doesn't look like it's on this half of the room.
Oh, the water in this hot pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device.
Is there any other like obvious ones we should check off while we're here? Like computer.
There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh?
What's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yeah, it's a small book with paper that you can write on. So?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what is a laptop?
It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here.
So I was thinking, wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap!
Hey! But if I could. Oh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Oh.
It's a plain old calculator.
It says 50 on it. Maybe I was calculating his allowance?
A whole 50 cents. Maybe if he was a spirit medium.
Achoo! Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder.
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and the crime scene warm.
I think the keep warm in this case is a little more metaphorical.
What is that? I thought that was a rice cooker.
Me too, but apparently it's a bread machine.
Apparently?
Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just sort of reminded me of something that had happened a long time ago.
Oh, do you not like alarm clocks, Mr. Nick?
For reasons. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here.
Okay.
They even talk about the bread machine having a keep warm setting, which is definitely a thing rice machines have, and I don't think a bread machine would.
Yep. Surprisingly, this bear clock isn't. Anyway, I think we've gone over all the obvious things, so is there anyone else you want me to check while we're here?
It's in one of the bears.
It's in one of the bears. All right, so let's
Yeah.
let's go over the bears. That's not it, because that's getting the positive from there. Bear. 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 Bear? How you doing, bear? Oh, what was that one?
Fridge.
This is a refrigerator, right?
I really don't think the listening device is in something like this.
Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right? What if you wanted to listen to the juice?
Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening devices?
It could have anything to do with listening. Oh, the coffee machine, too.
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but,
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearl. Sorry.
All right. Interesting. I don't see it in any of the bears.
Huh. Did we check the one on top of the coffee machine?
On top of the coffee machine.
Oh, it's still the coffee machine.
Still the coffee machine, yep.
Bear-themed coffee machine.
What is this? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Oh, hey, did you guys find it yet? Listening device.
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is,
Oh, let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's take this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
It's okay, I saw this in the Somnium files once.
Hmm.
Oh,
No.
That's...
it's a miniature camera, pal. It looks like there's more. There's a transmitter, pal, and a timer.
what emitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
So I called it. It wasn't a bear.
It wasn't a bear. It's just that you have to get up higher on that bear because it won't just let if you hover over the bear. You have to be over the eye specifically because that's fun.
So this tiny thing is a camera.
Yup, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. Small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera,
It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set.
but there's no videotape in this camera.
Duh. What do you mean there's no videotape? What video do you think it is, pal? It's only part of the camera here. Tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
Footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right.
Ooh, well that's some good info.
So what is a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage the camera took back to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn on the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yup. Let's see, this one looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, but it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder, at least.
Then maybe.
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
What?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Corrida this present?
I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's possible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh,
Is there really no way to find out?
Oh, I got it.
What?
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going around the electronic shops to see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me, pal. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find you, man. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
he gets really into it, doesn't he?
Yep.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective is such a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right?
Ah,
You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now.
Edgeworth, what are you doing
A
here?
rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time.
I see. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, Well, one lucky man, right?
Huh?
Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea, but I'll fight it for you if you want.
That will not be necessary at this time. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here.
What?
The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can he really do that? Mr. Dick, can he really?
Well, I guess so.
Feels like it's 9 p.m. I think I could still make it in time.
Huh?
I'll be taking this for now. Oh, it's heavier than it looks. Ugh. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Huh. Oh, you could give me... You know what? No, don't. I got this. See you soon. Right.
Wait.
What? I don't mean to be a dick, but this really... this is super heavy.
Why are you doing this?
I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida?
The real killer.
Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews?
To be honest, I don't know anymore.
You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Oh, okay.
Juan Corrida's real killer, Ms. Andrews' past,
Hey!
the kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engarde, and this card, Shelley the Killer.
Oh, I'm still in this game too.
Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth.
Save the world.
But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth.
To be continued. Oh yeah, shit's getting real. I love this case so much. This is because it's also one of the first cases where Nick really has to question like the ethos behind what he does in court, right?
Yep.
Up until now, he's gotten by blindly believing in all of his clients, and that has worked out for him because he's known firmly that all of his clients were innocent. And now he's being shown for the first time that, hey, maybe that's not always the case, bucko. Whoa, how does your philosophy adapt to that? Anyway, see you next time.
Bye.
And by that I mean in like a few seconds here. Oh hey, we're still investigating.
Oh yeah?
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya?
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
Oh, sad Pearl. I don't like looking at sad Pearl. Let's talk to her instead.
You look sad. Let's cheer you up by talking about the assassin who's captured your sister.
Oh yeah, I love talking about murder trials. All of the adults and big people in my life talk about it with suspicious frequency, so I've learned by association that that's normal.
So, the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley D. Killer, right?
And the card Ms. Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that.
Oh, I get it, because it's got a shell on it. Oh, that's... I didn't get it at first.
That's fine, me neither. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired this assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... Oh, it can't be.
Matt Engarde himself?
If Mr. Engarde really did hire the assassin...
Then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Engarde, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. Engarde, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida?
Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay?
I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Ms. Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what was this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
I don't remember because I was being possessed at the time.
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engarde's secret? What is this secret?
I don't know yet. But for now,
Oh.
let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engarde had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced.
Hey! Oh, I'm gone.
Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engarde. There's no way around it now.
Okay, I'm just gonna stare very, very intently at you. I believe in your lawyer powers, Mr. Nick. I know you can bring us a miracle, and I'll even punch it if I have to.
I'm guessing by miracle she means a not guilty verdict.
Pearl punch.
And she wouldn't be wrong either. It'll take a miracle to pull this one off.
It's my neutral B.
Thankfully, as long as the chance is greater than 0,
A miracle is all but assured.
a miracle is all but assured.
Hey, Pearl, you want to see a bloody button? Okay, fair enough.
One more day.
Yeah, if we can bring the trial to its end, she'll be back. Don't worry.
I decided I won't cry anymore, Mr. Nick.
Oh,
You're
no.
so brave and strong for Mystic Maya, so I have to do the same.
I won't cry anymore. Famous.
Famous last.
Yeah.
No, I think it's I won't rely on anyone anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the. If your prepubescent daughter starts saying stuff like that, check the local cats in your area.
Make sure none of them are offering contracts.
Inspect your daughter's jewelry. Anyway,
But don't separate it too many meters from her physical location.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Engarde.
Don't worry about me. It's past my bedtime, but I can stay up. Maya showed me this thing called coffee.
Ah, teaching them young over in Karine, I see. And Ms. Andrews' real intentions. Those are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry.
Hey there, whippersnapper. And I'm out.
Hey, wait.
Oldbag out, I said. What is it, young whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said, and I quote,
if you feel
"If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer."
Wow, that sounds just like him. It's uncanny.
I know, I'm working on my impressions. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
This This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What is that?
It means, well, you know that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Ms. Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself. As if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't get a lot of air ventilation in here, so... Oh! I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
You don't need to. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Ms. Celeste Inpax, Ms. Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? To, presumably, Engarde, right? You mean to Mr. Corrida?
Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement. What in the...
Why would Miss Inpax want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazine, so therefore it's about as true as anything else you read on the news.
Okay, so maybe Celeste Inpax is like Engarde's sister or something, related to him in some way. Maybe that's why he'd care.
Okay.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
The night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Anything more to say on...
Have you seen that butler around? He might look suspiciously like a bellboy you saw.
I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you.
Oh, nope, nothing to say about Celeste either. Interesting. Alright. Alright. You're not gonna be helpful today. That's fine. Oh, frick.
On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating, and investioning and questionating.
I don't think those are words, Mr. Nick. Are you all right?
I think they're perfectly cromulent.
Are you what it sounds like you've had too much coffee. You're acting like Maya does when she has a latte at 7 p.m.
So we gotta try to get to... we said we wanted to go and visit Matt on guard, but...
Looks like no one is around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches in his face.
Shoo! Aw, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Oh, come on, let's play.
I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not.
I don't think there's anything else to find here.
Let's
right?
examine that door, just in case. Oh yeah, it's still the same thing.
Yep.
The door, it's locked tight.
Yeah,
I guess it's to prevent Maya from getting out.
Help!
Sometimes I can still hear her voice.
This cat door is too small specifically for me. Why do they make them in that size?
I haven't done Maya voice in so long in this case now. I have to find it again.
I feel sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened.
Hey, Mr. Engarde's loyal, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness.
A decisive witness? You mean for the Engarde case?
We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth.
What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here.
Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something.
He did?
Even though visiting hours are long over the detention center, he wanted me to grant you a special permission, so there you go.
What?
I already called them, so they know. Go on, talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag.
What are you working on, detective?
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
It seems as though my true face has been revealed. I was an elite businessman who made deals with the entire world. I was the young successor and CEO of a colossal corporate conglomeration. But my real self is that of a regular, everyday policeman.
Stop doing image training and get yourself out there in the field.
Fuck you, it's hot rat summer.
All right. Well, we've been given permission. Let's go wake up Mr. Engarde.
I'm sure they must have transferred Ms. Andrews here by now, so that means that both Mr. Engarde and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear?
Do we want to start with Adrian? And then,
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. I'm impressed that they took away the card from your sprite, though. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Well, she only ever had the card when she was doing her questioning look.
Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Ms. Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Engarde. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engarde, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Ms. Celeste Inpax. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread, just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engarde? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But, there had to be another way, right?
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews?
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
What? Did you say something just now?
A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But,
I'm sure I just heard Ms. Andrews say revenge.
So she's lying about that. Huh. Do you want to see?
Yeah. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engarde for the murder? I've already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engarde. Ms. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Ms. Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. It's Celeste Inpax. Celeste? There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Inpax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engarde, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Inpax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt?
We can't, not with the information we have yet.
Interesting.
But now we know what we're looking for.
I don't think I have enough evidence yet.
Yep.
Huh.
Interesting. So now we know what we're looking for, though. So now we need, in order to get her to talk, we need to find what the connection between Celeste and Matt was. And you suggested that Celeste was his sister?
Now I no longer think that, because it seems clear that previously I was under the impression that it was like, oh, Corrida caused Inpax's death, and Engarde was calling the hit because of that. But now it seems to be clearer that Matt somehow caused or influenced Celeste's suicide. Corrida knows this and was going to reveal it, and that's why Engarde is killing Corrida.
Got it. Okay.
it doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera, asking around at all the electronic stores.
Oh, is that what Maya calls that, content grind?
Yes, absolutely.
Then, I'll make him some salad for dinner.
Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe's doing for
Pearl
us.
Punch! Mr. Nick,
Yes?
where is the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before.
Okay, well, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem.
Maybe we can do a spinach base?
Oh, it's the same questions that we could talk to her. Okay, cool.
All right. Fetch quest. Go get lettuce. Let's talk to Matt.
Hey, yo, dude, it's Mr. Wright. Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you.
I hope so too.
Oh, yeah.
Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying,
Yup.
that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is
Yep. Yep. Yep.
this man, Matt Engarde.
Yep. Yo, what's wrong, bro?
Mr. Engarde, there is something I must know with 100% certainty.
Oh, okay. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual loyal dude self, man.
About the press conference.
You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai?
Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Ms. Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Huh?
Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick? Don't tell me.
Psyche locks.
You said a secret, right? I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude?
What about the other conversation thing? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Ms. Andrews' relationship?
Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life.
Ms. Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Ms. Andrews was going to get Ms. Celeste Inpax's suicide note from him.
Celeste, huh?
Does that jog any memories?
Hold on, let me check with my manager. Dude, suddenly just got totally hungry. Up for a pizza? My treat. They deliver it here in jail now.
That's convenient.
Mr. Nick, what is a pizza? Is it kind of like a kind of pea, like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay?
Okay.
I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop.
That's too bad.
Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Hey!
Kinda don't wanna. Mr. Engarde, are you connected to Ms. Inpax's suicide in some way?
Let's see if we can force him to talk about Celeste here.
Mr. Engarde?
Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything.
What do you mean by that?
Just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude.
Huh? Let's ask about John Doe. About this person.
He is,
He is your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. Takes real good care of me.
Convincing. Very convincing.
Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil, right?
Yeah.
And I'm way good at sports. Karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing.
How are you at chess boxing?
I suck at the chess part of it. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular.
Yeah. You're also good at sitting in a jail cell, Mr. Popular.
A lot of popular people doing that these days. All right, do you want to try
Yeah.
the Magatama on that and see what we can get?
Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
Told you before, dude. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I could keep on saying until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. How would we know that?
I don't think we have anything yet for this either.
Interesting.
I wonder if we have to go get Oldbag to tell us something.
Maybe.
I bet we missed something in exploration still.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. This is new scene.
Who's talking?
Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, I got a frog in my throat.
Mr. Powers.
Oh, hey.
What happened? Why was your voice all so high and squeaky all of a sudden?
Did you trip and fall through a helium factory?
Oh, yeah, it happens sometimes. I get just wearing off, and now we're going back into my regular register. Hey, everyone. Sorry about that. You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And, I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So, the decisive witness is Mr. Powers.
Sorry. I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and, I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you're under arrest. And I was brought back here.
Oh.
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
Maybe it was because of the giant keyblade I was carrying. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important. What was it?
The detective told me not to talk about it, so you can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
Couldn't be me.
I believe my always said, miss me with that shit.
You sound just like her. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this world, but it's all right.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
I'll punch anyone for you. I'll punch the big man.
Oh, it's okay. All right, you can give me one. Oh, wow, that was actually got good form, kid. It's gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Oh, well, let's just see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women, if you know what I mean. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. He's gonna get a pearl punch, too.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. You can punch me again if it makes you feel better, but I'm not the one responsible for this one. Probably. But you know, you said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
I think she might be one of those whatchamacallums, lesbians. One of those newfangled things. What do the kids think of these days, right? I just think a woman loving another woman, and I go, wow, that's so neat.
Like it's some kind of newfangled doohickey that they'll sell you for $19.99 on late night TV.
Yeah. You know the Germans make good stuff. Oh, I see I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
Oh, no, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Ms. Inpax?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I thought about it a little the other day about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. I'm worried he's going to enter Ultimate Instinct mode.
My hair's
I also
already...
just now realized what his name is a pun for.
Yeah?
Despite the fact that it's literally just his name.
It's literally just... It's one of those ones that's so, like... It's just there, and it's so obvious you almost miss it, like, because you're like, oh, that can't be it. Hey, so have you heard of this? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today.
Oh, yeah, but,
But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Corrida?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends, you see. She said it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
But it's going to be Engarde. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? That would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mr. Engarde and Ms. Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone.
Oh, hey, that's a Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now.
It reminds me of Maya.
Sounds kind of ominous.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Hello?
Oh, hey, we're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon.
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth,
Edgeworth?
Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good,
Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together.
Oh,
maybe it'll be good news.
somehow I doubt
Yeah.
that.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna be here. Later, bro.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Huh?
This quickly?
And the spares will give him away, pal.
The bear.
Figured it out, pal. Figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that...
Shh, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude to spy on another person in their room?
Yeah, Mad on God.
Huh?
Mad on God. Your client. That's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right, that the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price for that stuffed bear.
a receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. Told me, I'm sure I sold it to Mr. Mad Engarde. The clerk even got Mr. Engarde's autograph out of it, pal. I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engarde himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. So, what about the spy camera we found?
No, that was the dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I could give these back to you for file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Mad Engarde.
Why? Why would Mr. Engarde do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Miss Corrida in one of their rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him, pal? Mr. Engarde, I mean.
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Mad Engarde, what in the world have you done?
Oh, I'm still here, pal.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah, you're working really late, you know? It's almost past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax, bro. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk, all right? Hey.
They don't even give us the option to go to Adrian this time.
Interesting. So did we miss a chance?
No.
Okay.
No, these games, despite everything, are linear. You don't miss out on anything that's important.
Okay.
There are times narratively where you're presented with psyche locks that you can't possibly break, but those are rare.
Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? No, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying until I'm blue in the face, but we already had this conversation like 10 minutes ago, so I'm just gonna speed through it, all right?
All right, so we know we paid close attention.
Of the camera.
So I believe. Well, let's check what else we got. We got the credit card receipt, the transmitter, the bear, and the camera. Okay, those were all new.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Let's try the camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder,
Secretly film? What?
and then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter.
Wow, but dude, where was this camera you talking about hidden?
In the bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye.
Huh.
A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
So he's got like a stalker problem? That's fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
Just wanted a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
Huh? Sure, dude? What else could it be from?
Person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was you. Mr. Engarde, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met this Mr. Bear before, dude. Doesn't he live in like a big blue house or something?
Aw,
This
but
is a
he
jail cell.
says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
Sassy Phoenix. Oh, Sassy Nick is real good.
What else did the bear tell you, bro?
He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engarde.
If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all just a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Receipt. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engarde.
Wow, they still print those on paper that fucking huge?
Sure
I got my
do.
receipt emailed.
It's from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, I can tell from that I spent $3,800. Go to the department store at the time, okay? $3,800, it could have been for the toothbrush I bought one time, or a glass light stand.
A $3,800 toothbrush.
Dude, it's ivory. It's got like elephant hair for bristles.
Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase.
Why would he get why would you have a receipt that's not itemized?
After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, should have said that earlier. So, can I ask you one thing?
Yes.
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking at stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. But hey, let's stop talking about this, all right?
No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet.
All right.
And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential.
So, what you gonna do now?
I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corrida's room and filmed it in secret is...
I think I know what we're supposed to do here, but let me just double check.
I'm wondering if it's because he wanted to see the assassin do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, and I think the way we show that is through the card.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
What is this card? Sorry, dude, I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card.
Oh, is it one of those Phantom Thieves? I heard a lot about him after last year.
The man's name is Shelley DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you?
Shelly, DeKiller? That's ridiculous, bro. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Engarde. I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelley DeKiller to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engarde.
Here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Oh, that's what I thought anyway.
Mr. Engarde, you really did hire?
Whoop, hold on. Yep, hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Hold on, just, yep, yep, yep.
Consult myself?
Well, guess it's probably about time anyway.
About time for what?
I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engarde.
They let you have a snifter of brandy in jail?
They let you do anything in jail if you have enough fucking money.
Can I have some?
No! Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have.
You really... So you are Shelley DeKiller's client?
Yeah, can't you hear my new theme and everything? You don't really think I'm dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
That woman, Adrian Andrews, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that one is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk some more about, adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling still believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Ms. Andrews' secret.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anymore, least of all assassins.
What?
Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? You care to guess?
And
oh my god, it sounded like you for a moment. And that's why.
Yeah, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. And with that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Is that good enough a reason for you, little girl?
But why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
this is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Engarde's secret would have...
Oh, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself so perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. put on a sweet innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt Engarde.
Can I pearl punch this glass?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Ow. I have glass shards in my... That was not worth it.
Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time?
I don't fucking know.
When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that tequila guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Corrida.
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow.
Ah,
Aw, but too bad. You can't, because you're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me, but how does that sound to you? Oh, but you can't do that either, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely cannot do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
you scoundrel.
Is that all you got? So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I would give it my all in court tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out for him now, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Guard, this brandy sucks. Get me in a bottle that's twice as expensive.
Maya, what am I supposed to do?
And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case.
Edgeworth.
I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct.
I don't care for the horrible vibes here at the prison. Let's go to the police station, which also has horrible vibes.
The vibes here are horrible but familiar. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? You plan on changing your strategy?
No, we can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage.
What should I do?
That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I really knew what a prosecutor was. And now, right, it's your turn.
I mean, that's fair. If you don't know what a prosecutor is, it would be pretty hard to prosecute.
That's not what I mean, and you know it. I'm trying to help you, you absolute buffoon. You're not even a clown. You're the entire goddamn circus, right?
Full of compliments today.
What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I will not give you a strategy guide.
I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who's clearly a killer, Matt Engarde, that man is really...
It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense in a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system?
Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery?
Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now?
Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get en garde and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all.
And it's finally coming back to him like, hey, the way you've been conducting yourself is like, it's admirable if you're able to believe with complete sincerity that your client is innocent. But that's not all a lawyer does. A lawyer isn't always going to have completely innocent clients.
Yep.
And that's something Edgeworth had to figure out. And what he figured out towards the end of the first game, and now Nick has to get kind of dragged kicking and screaming into.
I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain.
Oh.
But then I realized my encyclopedia had the entry for doctor and lawyer right next to each other, and I kind of had them confused.
Oh yes, that happens all the time. Might want to. I think they did a recall on that one.
Anyway, when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do.
Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong.
Huh?
We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
But that's...
I'm going to save everyone in front of me.
I don't have time to get into that right now. You are a defense attorney. You cannot run away from that. You can only fight. That is all you can do.
People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty.
Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. And that is all.
And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed. You're so petty. Also pretty.
Let's see. What was that last one?
Don't worry about it.
And now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken.
What do you...
Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now?
The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Oh, sorry, that's mine.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engarde's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right.
Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare?
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it's a different usage than the one that we are both thinking of.
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty.
So you see what his angle is here.
He's trying to ensure that his client doesn't get it pinned on him.
Right, because because from his perspective, it's part of a professional. It's part of his professionalism, right?
Yep.
He's the killer. His client should not be the one taking the fall for that, in his eyes.
Mm-hmm. An assassin's creed? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelley DeKiller.
You're Shelley DeKiller?
Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya? it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it that she receives a nice long nap.
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad. No, not nap time.
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth.
Huh?
Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission.
Huh? Oh, that sounded like a cat.
The assassin must be a cat boy.
Is that your take? How do you know what a cat boy... Never mind. Why do I admitting to knowing what that is?
A cat?
It can't be. That cat, can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelley DeKiller is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for Engarde Mansion immediately.
All right. You hurry over as well, then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
It's way past my bedtime, but all right, I'm coming.
Maya.
Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was DeKiller.
He and Engarde were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Looks like there's another room in the back.
Leave that to us. I'm sure the investigation team is already doing its job in there. Seems that Engarde was quite famous even as a motorcycle racer.
Generally, when a star like him tries to do something like that, they fail, but...
Seems Engarde is no ordinary man.
This is the first time I've seen such a large fireplace.
I don't particularly care for large fireplaces. They remind me of my youth.
That's right. He grew up in a massive fire.
Yes, that is where I grew up, right?
I guess you're still not over that case, huh?
Don't take this personally, but I really do not wish to remember anything from that time in my life. Yeah, fair, bro. Fair. That Engarde. This is probably where he conducted business with DeKiller.
Yeah.
Shelley DeKiller values his client relations more than anything else. So I'm sure he must meet with his clients in person to talk about any transactions. You know, business. It's Engarde's personal collection. I'd say it's a hobby of his to collect prop masks of shows related to his own.
You seem to know all sorts of details about Matt Engarde. How almost too many details.
He's the defendant in this case. Of course I would know about him and also buy his figurines on Ami Ami.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Don't worry about it.
So... Just hypothetically, who's printed on your body pillow?
Oh, that one? I don't have a body pillow. Haha, you almost got me.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for the cat to use.
Oh, you mean shoe? Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A bear. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would something like this be here?
Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed there.
I'm sure that's for shoe.
Do you think that this came through that little door?
This door, it's locked.
Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth.
Slam! Slam! Crash!
There's no one here.
The looks of this room, I would say this is Engarde's private lounge. Look at this, right?
An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR.
It's practically ancient. Look at this
Check
monastery of old technology.
Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It's like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it.
It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape. Would have been really helpful.
A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say,
I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
yeah, that's what she'd say.
Gay.
I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up of you, Nick.
It's Engarde's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch.
Hey, fuck you. You don't have a computer in your office. There's a little door for Shu and this big door.
I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there.
But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
Not with that attitude.
What?
What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
Not
could
with
try,
that
though.
attitude.
Pearl asexual division. Go! It's not that. It's actually just shadow clones.
I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engarde taped all of his own shows. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away.
I'm sorry. Looks like you slipped out of our grasp this time.
And now we've lost our only lead.
Don't give up yet. That little girl's looking for you to be her pillar.
Yeah, you're right.
We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us.
Maya.
It's a pretty heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it by myself. Please don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick?
If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be plenty scared too. Trust me. The light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. It looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here.
Wow. I've never seen so many bottles of no-no juice in one place before.
Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you can buy any amount of no-no juice that you want.
That seems fundamentally immoral, Mr. Nick.
It's right in the name. This looks like a picture of Ms. Inpax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Inpax? You mean?
Yes, Mr. Corrida's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Inpax be here in Mr. Engarde's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue.
Oh!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's missing Maya. She left us a message.
What?
Hey there, dork. I knew you'd come. I thought you would anyway. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I will never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry, alright? There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're here too, right? make sure that you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you all later.
Later, in the sense of late.
That's... No, Misty Maya.
Right. What is wrong? Why the blank stare?
Oh, nothing.
We've searched the house and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us.
Edgeworth.
Yes?
As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing.
And what is that?
Ms. Andrews' psyche lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth.
I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock.
Just gonna kind of gloss over how bleak it is that Maya's like, yeah, don't worry. Get the fucking not guilty verdict. That's more important.
I'm gonna be fine. I mean, like, my sister got killed, and you still chat with her weekly, so, like, it could be worse. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Ms. Andrews, I've come to remove your psyche lock. Psyche lock? I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Like a can opener.
Okay, so we've had this convo.
Yep. Revenge, right? So...
Something or someone in her past. Inpax.
Yep. And...
Nah!
For you to hit Mr. Engarde, I must have some relation to Miss Inpax. Yes, we can.
The photo. This is a photo of Ms. Inpax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Ms. Inpax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found that it's this at Mr. Engarde's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed.
This case really is all about just fucking over this one woman.
I didn't actually do the killing, but, like, go off, I guess.
Right?
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Corrida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
But because of Mr. Engarde? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time.
You like the BGM here?
Yeah.
The dirge version of the Steel Samurai theme?
I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With Love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Corrida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Inpax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note, at a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard of it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. I don't normally carry one because I usually vape, see?
Oh, I'm no longer sympathetic.
I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. Damn.
Oh, yeah. This case fucking rules.
Can't wait for the final day in court when we reveal the truth and the Faye family cemetery expands by one for the yet again.
I mean, here's the thing. You know Maya shows up in other games, but you don't know if that's Maya or someone channeling her.
Yeah, like, Maya shows up all the time, but so does Mia.
Exactly. It's so good. Oh.
You really gotta change that ringtone, Mr. Nick.
Wait, why did I give her that voice?
How did I get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Oh,
What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Hammer time!
Every night I have this dream. I hope it doesn't awaken anything in me. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent.
Mr. Nick, your phone is ringing.
Hello, this is Phoenix Wright.
You don't look so well, dude. You gotta prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is lighting on today's verdict, too.
Now, listen up. You better get Engarde a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag not guilty, I will never forgive you.
Maya.
It's okay. I've made my peace with the decision. Whatever you do, I just need you to do me one important thing as a friend.
What would that be?
Before anyone gets there, I need you to wipe my hard drive. Don't ask questions.
I feel you. I feel you.
Phoenix.
Mia. Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But
you can't give up. There is still some hope left.
Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere.
Is that still your ringtone?
It's that accursed Engarde again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
Oh, you're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe. I'm really, really sorry. Where are you?
Oh, they let me join the investigation team and we're chasing to kill her, pal. They just let me do that even though I'm a civvy now.
That's cool.
It's a little fucked up, actually.
Then you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. We're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. You can get Maya out, then you can get Engarde the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got it? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer?
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two could draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in the us that believe in you. We're gonna give it our all, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Yeah, no worries, pal.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? We have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah.
And by friendship, I mean this Glock. Why did Pearl sneak a Glock into the... What have you been teaching her, Nick?
Looks like we are coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just like, I never taught you that. Who'd you learn that from?
Yeah, you always preferred edged weapons.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarde.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
As I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. Mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? Just to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engarde. and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
And you're saying that she's guilty after all?
I am not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct this court's attention to this card.
What is that? I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! It looks kind of like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say? Don't they have a creed?
Oh, this is the second time I've heard that joke in 24 hours, and that's 2 times too many. Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engarde.
What a surprising turn of events!
Tiska, tiska, tiska. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor.
I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound.
I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Will Powers, to the stand. Oh, hey, it's me again. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Oh, okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah.
Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much.
Oh, sorry. I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer the questions that you are asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went into Mr. Engarde's room. Yeah, okay. Sure. I look kind of menacing, don't I? I don't try to do it on purpose, it's just how I look. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone, though, and at first I thought it was the bellboy. Watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me after all. Hey guys, I'm on the stand.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
If one assumes the person Mr. Engarde was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, that is. Yes, I can read your mind, right?
What are you implying?
Tiska, tiska, tiska. Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
Edgeworth, what am I thinking about right now?
Oh, Phoenix, you... Oh, that is juvenile.
Looks like we're in another Nick, what are you doing? What even... No, you know what? No, don't tell me. The afterlife's too short for this. Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right?
Oh, hey. Everyone loves it when I'm on the stand. I love it when I'm on the stand. Oh, hey, we get to press stuff again.
The defendant's room. Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I want to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why'd you stop?
Mr. Wright,
What is it?
you're gonna try to trick me to a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please. No, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time?
Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Yeah, sorry.
So, you went to the defendant's room. Then what?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here?
Nick's reputation is a little working against him in this moment.
Are you sure that was Mad Engarde?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
At first, what do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform. He had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but, I didn't think it was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Oh, yeah. The bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
I did feel something kind of weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
Yeah, just the tip.
So
I
how long
see.
did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So, who are these guests you're talking about?
Oh, you guys, of course. Hey, you and Maya had a little pearl. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on ya. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. Also, like the little background detail, like, oh yeah, Will is still friendly with Nick and it's like, oh yeah, we're buds.
Terrified of him while on the stand, but friendly.
But friendly, right? It's like, yeah, you did me a solid, like, yeah, like there's still like a little bit of a rapport there.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from this story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
So we gotta present something?
I don't know if this one's different now. Because that's the one we did originally where he was like, Matt was standing there in front of his room.
Do we have to present the photo of the killer to the thing about the bellboy? Because he's like, oh, I don't remember what was weird about the bellboy. Maybe what's weird about the bellboy is the fact that he has his face stitched in half down the middle because he's the killer.
Maybe? Huh. That is a weird one. I'm going to try pressing this first statement one more time to see if that's different now that we've kind of calmed him down.
That looks the same.
No, this is all the same. I thought that like this might have happened no matter what you did the first time, but this appears to be different.
I think it's gotta be the one about the bellboy. Because at first I thought it was the bellboy, and he talks about how he remembers he didn't think that, but he can't remember why.
Okay, so here so the one that if we have to press on one statement, then press on a statement that was earlier. If we don't do it in the right order, then we don't get the trigger for the thing.
Oh, okay. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated.
I did feel something kind of weird. I think it's because Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's it. You really know your job, huh?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So, he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
Afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Let's ask about the face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old Gramps.
Ahem. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant at all. I'm smack in the middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches.
A line of stitches.
Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like that thread snapped, the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Ah, he was there at Engarde's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Engarde was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Engarde would be declared guilty in a blink.
Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything.
Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
What'd you just say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. It's going around and round in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Alright. We should ask about the tip then.
Yep. Because remember, our goal here is to drag this out.
Yep.
Yeah. And if we go for that, that's going to be an immediate conviction there.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, I guess, but, hey, that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much.
Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash.
Oh,
Oh, well, how interesting. It certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
a very fat roll of cash that could be hardly called a tip, Your Honor.
The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Let's raise an objection. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive a large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting?
He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash, for all my hard work.
Well, supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment.
Tiska, tiska, tisk. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then, the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now. Miss Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
I've ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor. I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the killer.
He is the person in the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. And I'm certain the person this witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley D. Killer. Oh, really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
Oh, no, nothing. Just something clicked in my head, and I thought I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Oh, yes, sir. Right away. Oh, this time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. You know how it is, right? That's when I saw that bellboy I saw. That's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrino's room. Well, think about it. That bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean, Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? Not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy truly was Mr. D. Killer. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Ha ha ha.
This is no laughing matter, Nick.
Hi, I'm back. Someone keeps poking me lightly in, like, the thigh. Is that normal?
In fact, they're pressing.
Oh, okay.
And what time was it?
Oh, well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back and, went to the bathroom. I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Say your whats?
My congrats.
Say your whats?
My congrats.
To who?
My con-Matt?
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
this is really strange. I don't know if I like being up here. Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all.
But, you see, he had those stitches in his face.
Ah,
So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of?
the victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It's Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Oh, think about it. Oh, I'm being pressed again.
So what exactly was so out of place about it?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Oh, well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed.
The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart. He wasn't holding a tray either. Call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Was it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one?
What do you want to do? Want to try to pull a fast one?
Yeah. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. If they have time to lean, they have time to clean, Mr. Wright.
Oh, wow.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Edgeworth. You're gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Oh yeah, sure, sir.
Alright, so we'll leave that one since that's the one that just changed.
Please don't be so quick to judge.
Oh, but it's kind of a Powers family thing, you know. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent.
That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it'd be very bad for us.
But he really is the assassin, you know?
Yes, but you can't give in yet. You want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, right? You're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one.
Alright. We'll press him here and now.
So, you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
We could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Like the wine glass full of tomato juice. Mr. Powers,
Yeah?
you're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious, though? He's got all those stitches
So, a baseball has stitches.
Oh god, you're right, I never thought about it that way.
Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
No, baseballs are suspicious because they have to roll them around in mud first. That's fucked up. Do you know where the mud comes from? That's right, no one does. They keep it a secret. I couldn't tell you why. It's just, they only use secret mud to rub the baseballs in. Am I the only one that feels this is weird? No, your point has been noted. Well, does also mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on the top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
Oh!
But I mean, the bellboy had just seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at the time?
It's not my Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route.
Tiska. I am terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Oh yeah, is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? Recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Had ketchup all over. Fucked up, huh?
Huh? What?
The bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves.
Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Dude, he literally, told me to stop speaking. I don't know, that one's on him. Yes, that one is on me. It slipped my mind. Sorry.
Ah, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, a football is made of leather.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
No, footballs are suspicious because they're oblong. Who makes a shape like that and calls it a ball? Psychopaths, that's who. If you looked at it, you tried to roll one, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, Mr.
It
Wright.
rolls perfectly fine depending on which axis you rotate it across.
But that man received a large roll of cash from the defendant and was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
Please continue with the what?
The restimony.
Thank you.
Why am I doing this for you, Nick?
Because you love me.
That's not the time or place, honey.
Oh yes, please tell it. What was that?
Nothing. Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Give us something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. For that, I went to the bathroom and then went back to my seat.
Well, so the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went into the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I am, Honor. Thank you.
Ha ha ha, I beat you to the punch.
To the press, that is.
That too.
Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Oh, excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye. Some sort of sneaky spy like, Oh!
I knew he was spying.
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That is all I care to know.
I said, hold it.
Okay. Alright, I'm holding.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Oh, actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Sorry, I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm.
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face.
Yeah.
Well, it was Mr. Engarde's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Engarde himself, I'd say.
And then what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... So we're probably gonna have to press him about the thing as our final move here, but...
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engarde's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? He saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He's watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? And I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation.
I think it's this one we need to press on?
Yeah.
This is the one that gave us the option, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He gave something to this person.
Oh, yeah.
And what was this something?
Oh, if I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something now, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. You sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. To the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yeah, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Oh, well, let's see, I think it was, no,
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
yeah, yes, sir.
A statue.
Yeah, it would kind of look like one, I guess. I mean, I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know?
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him.
You're going to have to trust in your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
What do we got in our court record? None of these things look wooden.
Or statuesque.
Is the bear wooden? It's the bear.
Oh, are we staring now? Hi.
Always.
Am I doing all right?
Yep.
Oh, thanks. I'm trying my best. I don't know why you're padding over to me now.
Oh, I got in on it too. Hello.
What is the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Speak up.
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright! If you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. Good job. Recall we found this at Matt Engarde's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean? Someone put on a new suspicion theme for me. Oh yeah, them's the beats right there.
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley D. Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
And the bear being found at Mr. Momgod's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engarde is D. Killer's client.
Order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Why did you show that? No one was making you do that.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it, too.
Huh. It's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, you have 60 seconds.
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
You think you can explore them in 54 seconds?
Yes.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Person who received the bear. Because if you only saw the arm, you would have seen the costume, and there were two people in that costume, one of whom was Adrian Andrews, so it's possible that Andrews was the one who received the bear.
So, is that what you want to explore further on then? The person who received the bear?
Yeah.
Because he didn't elaborate on it.
Yeah. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
Oh, he gave something to the person inside the room. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of.
Ah!
Huh?
Oh! Sorry. Just gotta, passing little panic moment.
You know
Sorry
how?
about that.
Yeah. I know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta scream,
Ah!
just at random.
Oh, God.
Terrifyingly.
Oh, that feels good.
Ah!
Oh! You two done. Huh?
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, I remembered. Remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm, but, the arm, was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it.
You've got to be kidding.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
So it could have been Adrian Andrews. I called it exactly.
Yep.
Order! Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt Engarde is the Nickel Samurai.
So in the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help!
You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry.
Now I will bring this cross-examination to...
Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Wright? We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright.
I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
It's absolutely the person who received the bear.
I wonder if we're meant to go through these. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna ask about the bear itself this time.
Okay.
We got to go through both of these because the importance of the bear hasn't been established.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear? Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Engarde's mansion. However, Mr. Engarde was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engarde who took this bear to his mansion.
why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Disaster averted.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engarde's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer.
D-Killer and Engarde were working together, so to speak. And D-Killer was hiding at Engarde mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Engarde mansion by D-Killer himself. It looked like he was about to be arrested. Engarde had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation.
Huh.
Well, Mr. Wright, been quiet for quite a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I think we've had enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Mr. Matt Engarde. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright? I know how much you love those.
Well, do I? What should I do?
Should probably just hear the verdict.
I think we should raise an objection.
I should probably just hear the verdict. It's probably faster that way.
I'll now announce my Ah!
There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one weird trick. Judges hate him for this one weird trick. Your Honor,
Yes?
right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client.
Why do I have the feeling you're ramping up to a weird trick that I'm going to hate?
Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at Engarde Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is D-Killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes.
Tiska Tiska. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is D-Killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
Samus the bounty hunter.
This case really is just shitting on Adrian Andrews. Poor woman.
Adrian Andrews.
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engarde for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Ah, I'm still here. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could very well have been Ms. Andrews.
What about Mr. Engarde?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, yestermony,
Oh,
the
that's
defendant
good.
was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engarde's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Ms. Andrews.
Oh,
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
Well, this sucks.
What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Engarde did it.
I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else.
Yeah, unbelievable. That's nothing petty. This is murder of all things. It's okay if it's not murder, though.
This is to save Maya.
Actually, it's okay if it's murder, too.
Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Edgeworth?
Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden teddy bear?
He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engarde right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess so we can re-traumatize this woman. Prosecution will prepare a witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hammer time! Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick, can I punch him again?
Yeah.
Pearl punch.
Oh, you got a good arm on you, little girl.
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone.
It's from Gumshoe.
Oh, hey, pal, how's it going? You been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sorta. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Oh, that's good, pal.
What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but,
What? We don't have any more time.
if we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But if I just run out of luck this time, is all our hope for naught?
A tent.
Huh? A tent?
I could see a circus tent.
Mia?
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away.
Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus. But you didn't think they were gonna come back, huh?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I know, right?
Maya's in the clutches of something worse than a kidnapper. A clown.
Oh, no. We might be too late, pal. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry.
And
And?
I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was all very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. Old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. She hasn't had her traditional Japanese cheeseburger in about 2 days.
I can't believe she can still call on her powers in that state.
It's actually pretty impressive. I mean, it's more of like a desperation thing, right? Like if you think you're about to die, you can find the energy to do pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you all right, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. And this one obvious question arises: why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
Calls what?
Their manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
To the what?
Adrian Standrews?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nope, I didn't read my line, but that's fine. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
All right. Why does she? Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
Ah, so this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
I see you leaning over, getting ready.
Getting ready for what?
Oh shit.
You got me.
A puzzle. I love puzzles.
Is now the time, Nick?
Yes? I think? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
Oh.
So, you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
I see. Oh yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move, and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
Then there are some and there's this complicated chain of reasoning. It has to do with
Are you sure you want to leave that joke in?
Oh no.
Just making it. Do you sure you want to actually leave that joke in? You might want to remove that in editing. Wouldn't want to spoil that for anyone now. There's dancing around the point, and then there's giving the answer away.
Yes, right. What are you doing going out here spoiling the fucking game? I can't believe you. Next you're gonna say that person. Oh, cut that one out as well, please.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Yep. Oh, don't Mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it.
So what did you find after you take the puzzle apart?
And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
Yeah, the Swiss make good stuff.
Oh, that is true.
It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So, it was a present from Ms. Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony.
Also, you could probably guess what's inside of it now.
So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country.
Oh, yes, this country. What country is this?
Yeah,
Japanifornia, right. But this looks like it could be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
Oh, and now all of us know. I don't have to keep that a secret, do I? I'm bad at secrets.
The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engarde didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now.
Tiska, tiska, tiska. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize
Huh?
that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box.
Huh.
And now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what's in the box?
What's in the box?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness,
Yes?
you are the only one who can open this. Please.
There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Ms. Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
Is this what you had in mind? What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note.
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Inpax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Inpax had very beautiful handwriting, and she has just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear.
Fucking surprised Pikachu face. Gets me every time.
I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by D. Killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was gonna burn it, for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I cannot allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you would please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
Again. The biggest loser in this entire case somehow isn't Maya.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Inpax left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engarde, about being engaged to Corrida and Engarde's role in destroying that, and how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that is all Miss Inpax had to say.
There's one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engarde.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
Matt Engarde's values above all else is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
Well, shit.
Engarde's fault that woman killed herself.
And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that.
How terrible! What a selfish person!
I guess there's slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too.
This guy. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. D. Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget about that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's home.
Seems that we have come to the truth at last. Defendant's motives were entirely selfish. Deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those.
The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Hurry, Phoenix.
Suicide note or the figurine, which one of these should I pursue?
What do you think?
I guess the note? Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer.
They're still going at it?
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Engarde killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrida until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Engarde could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately. I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself.
Huh?
I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
And what is that?
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. The type of cameras commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Matt Engarde and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
And? Oh.
The victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied upon. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engarde.
Order!
Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor?
You... Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this.
Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
And by the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera as well.
That Engarde's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engarde learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking about?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Sure, stop. Don't look at him.
The way he's putting is just so nasty.
Phoenix,
Yes, Chief?
have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate.
Really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded, after all, for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Right. Now, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Present evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor.
Huh. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You're beginning to sound desperate, Mr. Wright.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said? You're taking my words? Come on, I thought you were above that.
So you're telling me that I have forgotten something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Do you know what it is?
Is it the picture frame with loves? No, it's not.
No.
The argument we're trying to make here is that Edgeworth kind of hand waved a little bit of a proof in his argument just now. Do you remember? It kind of came up in one line, but then he moved quickly on from it. Did you happen to catch what it was?
I don't think I did.
We never had a handwriting analysis done on this. He just said it is assuredly. He just
don't
said
know what that is.
Exactly. He said it's assuredly her handwriting, and then read it aloud. But we never went through the process of actually checking that.
That's Miss Inpax's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh.
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Inpax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting.
Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engarde. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you?
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle was the witness herself. Ah! Ms. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engarde. I did no such thing.
Right. You're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake. Then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
Ugh!
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It's... As the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, then yet again we have reached a point where the verdict is impossible.
Impossible! That's impossible!
Yes, that's what I said.
This isn't good, Phoenix.
The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
Hamburgers.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. Of course, that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Engarde is totally guilty. You can see it.
I think we've reached the end of the line.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
What?
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe?
Oh, hey, pal.
What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away, pal.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. There's some way I can make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But, 2 of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't... For us to come this far and, Oh!
What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth real quick.
I can't do that.
Yeah, you can. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch.
Oh! Ow! That was a good throw, actually.
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy some more time!
Court is in session. I'm so sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but
I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
this time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
To perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes or less?
We believe we can, Your Honor, or your money back.
But wouldn't it be better if we just adjourn for today and reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That is all I am asking.
Please, Your Honor.
Very well. The prosecution's request. This court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right. Well, what's going on with Miles' situation?
The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time.
Ugh. Report.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right, sir. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left behind a few things behind by accident in a rush to get away.
A few things, you say?
Can we use any of them as evidence?
Ho ho ho! Thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, not a detective anymore, so I had to. Really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
It's alright, I'm not a detective anymore. They can't get me in trouble. I'll be in Hunker Jug Cards. Be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. I'm 100% reliable.
All right, just get here in one piece.
But one piece is too long. There's no way we can finish that in 30 minutes.
He's right, you know, even if we do skip all the filler episodes. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this.
Why did you hesitate there, Mr. Wright? Something the matter?
It just seems sus.
What seems sus? What's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me!
No one can stop me.
What happened?
Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. Cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now?
I told you how to run all the lights, pal.
Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Is there a way? There was, because Francisca had a tracker on him. That's right, there is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this.
Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see! I'll go try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. You thought that was just a throwaway gag, didn't you?
Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth,
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
The verdict?
Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here?
Yes, bailiff.
The phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent.
I'm probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Damn.
Right? Ah! We still haven't got to the best part yet. I love this case. This case is fucking great. I believe the next one will be the final bit of this trial, too, so... We'll see you next... why do I keep... It's habit, okay? It's habit. Oh my god, it's time.
It's time.
It's time! You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm... Ah!
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
Aye. That is, nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Inpax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we've discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Inpax herself. It is a fake.
Oh!
Order. Mr. Edgeworth! Would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Inpax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Corrida?
Well. Looks like Miss Inpax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engarde.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engarde could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that Engarde had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. What do we have in our evidence?
So we're looking to dispute, like, whether or not Matt thought it was fake or not, right?
Yeah.
Got our mag, we've got the photo of the Nickel Samurai, the press conference ticket, the radio transceiver, Lotta's camera, article, the guide map, the guitar case, the wine glass, the crime photo. Anything here? If there is, it's not obvious. The button. The suicide report. Attempted suicide report. Juan's autopsy report. The knife. Lotta's photo. The picture card. Spy camera. The transmitter. The stuffed bear.
Wait, they were always spying on each other.
They were always spying on each other. I wonder if that's it.
If they were always spying on each other, he should know.
Let's try presenting evidence here.
The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engarde not to have known it was a fake.
All right. So we want to try presenting the camera.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a proxy for.
Yeah.
What was this little item called again?
Video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right. A camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Here in the year 2017, where we still use small individual cameras rather than the ones attached to our cellular phones.
To be fair, it would be difficult to hide a cellular phone inside that bear's eye.
More difficult than a camera. This size.
That camera's quite small.
Oh, fair.
Mr.
Good people can disagree on this.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engarde knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engarde would have known that the victim had forged the note.
Oh.
So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engarde's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engarde monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engarde didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh.
Why
alright.
don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Ugh!
Order. Mr. Edgeworth. So this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
Ugh! As I figured.
Huh? As you figured.
As I figured. Came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought that this might happen. Question is, what next?
What next?
The prosecution cannot prove Mr. Engarde's motive through the evidence. We must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine. Do that. You do that all the time. I like it. I get to meet so many new people here.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? As long as it's not another clown.
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit murder.
That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller.
Oh, Mr. DeKiller. That makes sense. Wait, what? Shelley DeKiller?
The fucking balls on Edgeworth!
You mean the killer? I mean, the actual assassin himself?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Huh? Well, Mr. Wright,
Is
Yes?
this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us?
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Now then, witness. Your name and, occupation, please.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I'm a professional assassin.
The thing even looks like him with the line down the middle. It's so great! I love this.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it is, delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court.
So, this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court at all. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller.
I understand. Please wait a second.
Huh?
I'm so hungry.
Maya!
Maya!
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person.
The defense has a low battery, though.
We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller.
Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so,
So many unexpected turnip events today.
What?
Unexpected turnip event. Unexpected turnip events.
Oh, turnip. Turnip events.
Oh, did you pull a Stitch face? I hear that's very rare. If you're lucky, you can get a beam sword.
There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Oh! Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Oh, that's it. Yes, it's a bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What is he gonna say?
What do you think he's going to say?
That it's not Engarde. I wonder who he's gonna say it is, though. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
He went over this earlier, it's just reiterating his philosophy.
And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. D. Killer seems to be a very clever man. I almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Huh, Tiska, Tiska, Tiska. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. D. Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about trust between his clients and himself? That thing? Well, seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
I love this so much.
Ah, it's so cool. Ah.
This game fucking rocks. Oh. You didn't press me, so I pressed the wrong button.
We can hear everything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on.
It appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation.
And they can't exactly tell the judge, because if they tell the judge about what they're actually trying to do, that's like collusion, like it's a mistrial.
Yep. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
That's why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the De Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
Just casually threatening to finish off the judge.
Jesus Christ. This game is fucking awesome.
And the judge had better watch himself. Well, we understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're gonna have to work to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist, you know. So I guess we have to present something?
I don't actually know what we have to do here. Because there's nothing like to contradict, right?
Yeah.
But now that we've pressed on everything, if we press again, will we get something new?
Oh,
Oh,
we do.
cool.
So about breaking the rules.
Yes.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
Also, do you see how the speaker on it keeps moving like a mouth?
Yeah,
It's very cute.
this case just keeps getting better and better.
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent. And that is the... Now then, I do believe... Oh,
sorry.
What is it?
now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
Just having the worst fucking day. The worst day. Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. D. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? Should
I'm
we
sure-
call an ambulance?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. D. Killer told him a different name. Matt Engarde, perhaps?
I knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
Shelley D. Killer.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engarde. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Yep.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah.
Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we've heard from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. D. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No. But that also doesn't square with what Matt told us.
Yeah.
With all this
Evidence, it's obvious to me that this means Mr. Matt Engarde is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Beep.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? The way this is going, Engarde will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engarde, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley D. Killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
Got pulled into his twisted world. The 13-year-old GeoCities webpage.
Is this some kind of twisted world?
But, Mr. D. Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. Knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. You know that Miss Celeste Inpax was a large part of your life.
They're called lesbians, Your Honor. They exist.
You wanted to Oh, that's neat. I never thought about that. That's very cool. You wanted to
Wonderful
follow...
things we're inventing these days.
What do the kids think of next? That's... You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say that you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we've reached the end of this trial. Before I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I think obviously we have to request the trial continues.
I mean, weighing the lives in the balance here, right?
To be fair, Maya asked us to.
Yeah, that's true. She absolutely did. She would not forgive us. So, Phoenix,
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty.
you are a lawyer.
I know. But Matt Engarde is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Ms. Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Engarde. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engarde convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor.
Oh, you have a low battery.
There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Do you want to say it, Nick, or should I?
I'm going to tear through fate and create a miracle.
Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish the connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. But yeah, the point Nick was kind of got to there about realizing that he trusts Edgeworth, right? He's starting to kind of see a different version of his role, where it's his job to get to the bottom of things and trusts that Edgeworth will be there to roll with the punches with him.
Mm-hmm. Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done?
But, what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. D. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
It's the most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What has this witness said? This witness has said nothing but stuff that is beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what is going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
All right.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
Do you want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Judges having a hard time keeping up today.
Yeah. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. D. Killer.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
We make it look easy.
Sorry.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out this service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So, you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services ever.
Guilty!
Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Guilty!
Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
Huh? But even... The odd thing being, why would she leave her fingerprints on the glass? So, why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky, and why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
It is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in, you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really.
You really know. I see you over there, Mr. Wright.
I wonder what kind of judge the man... What kind of...
A pretty shitty one, honestly.
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you gonna do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, realize that will be very bad for our client, right?
I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. So it's totally going to be the new from the very beginning.
This one right here, right?
Yeah.
Cool. That's also the one Edgeworth commented on, so.
Yeah. So if she knew from the beginning, she would have no reason to go in and leave fingerprints and pour juice and all of that.
So we think it's the juice?
Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Surprised Pikachu face again.
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
Tiska, Tiska, Tiska. I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that could only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix. If Killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Ah, sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
You figured out what's going on yet?
Well, what do you mean by what's going on?
Have you figured out why the killer is testifying this way?
He's still protecting Engarde. And this is the easiest way to do that.
Alright, makes sense.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
"1 week ago, are you sure?" Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop! In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I try to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh?
Press further?
Sure. So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room, along with your low battery, Phoenix Wright. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see.
Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Let me think about this a second. So, the killing was to get the bear, allegedly. And to stop it from being presented at this event. But Adrian knew about this event and helped set up for it. Did Adrian Andrews, and she knew about the bear. Was she one of the ones who knew how to open it?
Yep, and remember only her and Corrida know how to open up the bear.
What was the original provenance of the bear again? Was she the one who gave it to him?
I believe so?
'Cause it'd be strange if that were the case. If she were to give him the secret spare just in order to try to get it back by murder.
Yeah, that would be.
Oh. I think that is important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony. Well, whatever.
That's interesting. Oh, I guess we would have assumed that regardless of who it was. Okay. So, you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Because they don't need to know how to open it to know.
Yeah. Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yes? Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. DeKiller had met his client before the murder, then it is unlikely he is mistaken.
Yeah, so you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so? You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
So,
So, your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Talk about a delicate balance. A week ago.
So at this point, if you've been listening to what DeKiller says his motivations are, you can figure out what exactly has happened here.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
And given how astute you've been on everything else, I'm surprised you haven't picked up on this one.
Am I neglecting the heart?
The game spends a long time on DeKiller's motivations here because it is very, very important. Oh, hey! Mr. Wright, it appears your battery is depleted. We warned you about this.
We did warn you.
Keep the mic warm for me.
Okay.
Walk me through your thought process.
I'm wondering if I was incorrect in thinking about who owns that picture frame, which said with love, Celeste Inpax. What if that's DeKiller? What if DeKiller was not contracted? No, DeKiller was contracted, though. That's what was testified by Engarde. Why would DeKiller want to frame Adrian Andrews? It's interesting that he'd give all this testimony about how it's so bad to frame people, given that that's what he's doing? What would he...
Right?
Why would he...
Like, he's given a ton of testimony saying that he thinks it's immoral to frame people, and that part of the contract between his clients and him is that they will take the blame for what they've done.
Did Adrian Andrews frame Celeste Inpax for something? Causing her death? Is it going to be something like he doesn't know what Adrian Andrews looks like, and if we could press him into giving a description he wouldn't be able to or something? But I don't see how we do that.
Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to advance here, honestly. Because I know what the solution is. Obviously, I know what the solution is, but, like, I don't know how it wants us to indicate that.
What's in our evidence?
This is what we got in our evidence right now.
Why? There's tabloid coverage of her and her connection to Corrida. Why would she do that?
I see. Okay. So, we have to press further again on this one. I know we already did it, but now that we've done something, and now that we've gone through everything.
Okay. I was gonna say, it didn't seem like there was anything obvious to present evidence to. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
All right, this is the same.
Yep.
Why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Mr. Wright?
It's very important.
Of course it was very important, Your Honor. So this is the same... Yeah, that was all the same.
Yeah, what the hell? All right, I'm looking at the guide now, and that's...
Is it the other one we have to press further on again?
I see. Nope, it is this one.
Do we have to say it's not important after pressing further?
Yes,
Weird.
it is weird. Because that wasn't important.
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Oh, okay, I understand
Yeah,
now.
the thing is, it's not... Because like, so mentally I'm thinking of like, oh no, the entire thing about him meeting his clients is incredibly important.
Yeah.
But the part about why isn't.
Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
Sure that what they say about talking face to face. Mr. Wright? Is testimony just now of any importance?
Extremely, yes.
Do you see what happened
Yep.
now? That's why I'm surprised you didn't catch up on it earlier, because they've been intentionally using non-gendered language for the entire time he's been on the stand. Always his client this, and
So I was right that he doesn't know who Adrian Andrews is, and if we pressed enough, we would get that. Okay. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh, really?
if that's the case, then witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
But do you understand why that happened now?
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you seem to be getting at a
Yeah,
thing.
there's another layer to this. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God. Did Matt Engarde say he was named Adrian Andrews?
There you go.
So Matt is trying to frame Adrian Andrews now, and DeKiller isn't in on this.
No, DeKiller is 100% sticking to his principles.
Yeah.
His principle being that no, the name of my client, the person who hires me is guilty of the crime, and I will, I will not hide that fact.
So as soon as we can demonstrate that actually he was speaking to Matt Engarde, he is going to
Exactly.
pivot. But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes, I suppose you're correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
So do we have to present Adrian Andrews to
Yes,
this?
that's
Okay.
exactly
okay.
what we're going to do.
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelley to killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So, what is the issue? My apologies. I'm a killer, not a bigot.
No one was accusing you of that, sir.
It's all right. We understand where the confusion came from.
What did you just say now about her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's a woman. Oh.
Even the killer gets breakdown stuff. It's so great.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means that the killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Sweating oil from the... It's so good! I love this fucking game!
Miss Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
It's also very alliterative, but that is neither here nor there. Unfortunately for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. It was very contrived. You should have noticed this. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? See, my niece told me that they have all these newfangled genders these days. Is that what this is?
No, you know what? Come talk to me after court. I'll get you caught up.
Oh, yes. I love learning new things. Shelley D. Killer. This court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well. But this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Wouldn't want anything immoral happening on that stand.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter. They still have those? Not an email.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying.
Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely,
It's over for us.
I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
And there's that trust coming back in. Being like, yeah, I know we're teetering on an edge here, but you're not alone in the courtroom. Just gonna drop a hot save here.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. All right, then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words.
Oh, but I can badger them if I speak more gently.
You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling.
It's what I do.
I know, and I wish you wouldn't. Do you have any proof Mr. D. Killer met with his client?
We do.
We do?
Or wait, we had testimony. We don't have proof, do we?
We don't have proof.
We have no proof. We just have testimony from Will that D. Killer was seen meeting with the client directly.
No, we have testimony from Will saying that he's meeting with someone with the samurai arm.
Yeah, the client.
Yes. But also keep in mind what's going on in his head, in the killer's head here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't have proof.
Yeah.
For this.
But we do know that he did.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of a right questioning.
And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities, huh?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers,
It
correct?
has been for like a decade at least.
Well,
More.
I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail. Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Oh, email. Email. Never from a female.
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down.
We tried that once.
Anyways, you took this job without having met your client, and the killer gets paid entirely in Bitcoin, doesn't he?
2 or 3 other things. Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
Huh.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Kind of want to press it because he very much stated that all he did was kill and leave the card earlier, and now he's saying 2 or 3
And
other
took the bear.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing?
We did save.
Yeah, I think... I've already forgotten what we're pursuing. It was like
The
30
2 or
seconds
3
ago.
other items. We don't know what the other things were that were unrelated.
We should press around first. There were other things to press left still, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious.
Let's continue with the testimony, witness, if you please.
So, you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine.
Ah, yes, I see.
But Ms. Andrews was wearing a mask at the time.
A mask?
The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing?
Mr. Wright, what do you may have to say about this? Any problems with this piece of testimony?
Is there a contradiction here? Because we know it contradicts testimony, but I don't think we have anything to present to that effect.
Does it contradict testimony?
Yes. Powers saw the bellboy talk to the client, and then the bellboy go into Corrida's room and then return to the client. So,
Return to the Nickel Samurai.
precisely, to the client.
Yes.
So, it contradicts testimony saying that he only saw the client the once, given that we know the twice, but we don't have any way to prove that with evidence, I don't think.
Not yet, it doesn't seem like.
Yeah, I guess no objections, and we press on the other one. I think I can pull something out of what he said, but it would be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with the testimony, Your Honor.
We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here.
Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me.
And that's exactly what's so bad. The rate we're going, we'll end up completely destroying To Killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that'll put us in.
Oh, yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time.
Right, because we're still waiting on the evidence that Gumshoe had and then got in a car accident with.
So
All
I
right,
guess we want to... The 2 or 3 other things seem more likely to be a time suck. Let's press.
Music fades out again, menacing. Let's see it.
Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your clients requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then what'd you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Engarde's mansion. If you gave it to Ms. Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engarde, I'm sure.
Makes a lot of sense. That's right. Any problems with this piece of testimony?
Got any problems with the piece of testimony? Okay. Okay. This is gonna require... Yeah, this one's gonna require you to remember something from a little while back, but Essentially, Nick is on the right thing here. There is no... We don't have any objections right now. That's fine.
It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous.
Yes, Mr. Wright has no problems. Well, then please continue.
So, figuring this out requires you to remember something from a little while ago in the case. And considering we record this on subsequent days, it might not be fresh in your memory. What can you remember about Adrian Andrews' testimony regarding the bear figurine?
She was one of 2 people who knew how to open it.
Yep. That's important.
It was from Switzerland.
Okay. Was it important to her?
Important to her. Like personally important? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, of course it was very important to her. It had what she believed to be Celeste's suicide note in it. And remember that she wanted to get that note more than anything?
Yes.
And what did she say she was going to do if she got it?
Burn it.
Has it been burned?
It hasn't. Okay, that's why. Because what the fuck do we present for that, though? That's another one that it doesn't contradict evidence that we have.
The bear is here and unburnt.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's a little rough because if you don't remember that particular piece of testimony from a while back, it's going to be hard to suss that out.
Okay.
But yeah. It could not have been given to Adrian because Adrian would have just torched it.
See, I remembered that Andrew wanted to obtain and destroy the note, but I just didn't see the relevance because I thought what we were trying to disprove was the idea that, Adrian's lying about that. Adrian was really trying to do this to frame Mr. Engarde for a thing. And I was trying to think of how would we have evidence that for that.
Yeah. I get you.
Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Ms. Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item.
I see where you're heading here.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Ms. Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Ms. Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order! So that's where you 2 are going. I thought we were going to Albuquerque.
So by the very fact that this suicide note is still in the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means?
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh.
Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What the? Mr. Wright, are you... Miss Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor?
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should,
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
Prosecution, I...
Why just come over, everyone? Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What's going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. The prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKilla's testimony is accurate. I mean that Shelley DeKilla's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engarde, would be declared innocent. Oh, you're saving your game? That's a good idea. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Ms. Andrews would be charged with murder.
But we know what's really happened now.
Yeah.
Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engarde, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but looks like our time has run out.
I can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Yo, dude, the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent or a good person. Done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. Oh. But, at least on the charge of murder, it appears that you are innocent. Do you even need me here for this, dude? So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Miss Engarde! What an atrocious lawyer I have. Giving his own client up like this? Oh, that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just atrocious. Don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. I got right, Mr. Lawyer.
Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life?
It's okay, Nick. Just remember that gamers don't die. We respawn. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But
You better I'm giving you my sassy look.
if I did that, Maya will die.
I gave you my sassy look so you know I mean it.
But if I say he's innocent, then Ms. Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. Your client, Mr. Matt Engarde, is innocent. Oh, there's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want. Aren't you, buddy?
Right.
I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engarde, is guilty.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engarde, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry.
Rip me.
Matt Engarde is... Franziska von Karma.
Who remembers less than a day for being shot?
Ow!
You see now, don't you, Senor
Who are
Phoenix
you and what are
Wright?
you doing in my courtroom?
This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Senor Miles Edgeworth.
I'm not-
Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition.
I didn't realize you were still doing that.
Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
Oh, he made a bindle! What a filthy old colt this is.
That's Gumshoe's. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final pieces of evidence. This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. Request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
Suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If items do not bring up any new points, they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by De Killer during his escape from the police.
You must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do-do-do-do.
De Killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that'll turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I keep saying that word. I'm sure of it.
That's all we can hope for.
The first item is a pistol. Does De Killer's pistol have anything to do with this case?
I don't... I think we can question for more details without...
Let's try it. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me.
She's fucking badass.
That was the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I thought about keeping it in there, you know, a tribute to my father and all.
Yeah, I can see how you might have changed your mind on that.
I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
Here's the bullet from my shoulder. Test it if you want.
So, that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
Wow, that's positively ancient.
I bet the killer took that from Engarde Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right, it looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from De Killer. Shelley De Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. De Killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what was that?
There's a button missing on this uniform.
A button.
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
Just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley De Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. The tape.
The tape. What about the tape?
The tape presumably shows someone entering the room.
What do you think the tape is of?
Overruled. This court has already all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful! Absolutely splendid. The judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Hey!
Is this the end?
Phoenix,
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. Even at the probability of a quadrillion to 1, a miracle will occur. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's...
Let me just drop a hot save real quick. Don't worry about it.
Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. Never stop thinking. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us, right?
2?
The first... make Engarde wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
D-Killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engarde himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way... force D-Killer to end his contract with Engarde. If D-Killer were no longer to think of Engarde as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Try turning the chessboard around. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need this evidence?
The person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all of the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
Sorry about that. I had some seagulls or something in my ear for a moment there. There are no objections this time, correct? Then I'll pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all just respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it's us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
What?
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, if you do ask with such passion, I'll grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
It's impossible to turn the situation around at one try.
One try, and that is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember.
You better not save your game. Are you cheating? Oh shit, you're cheating.
Everything that has happened up to this point.
Yes, try to remember. What form did you once have?
Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engarde down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show this evidence to?
So, do you know what? So this is obviously it has to be from among the 3 new pieces, right?
Yes.
So there's something here that we can show some combination of one of these 3 pieces of evidence and one person who we've got in our court record, right?
Yeah.
Somehow, in showing them this piece of evidence, that will change either Matt's desire for Matt. It'll either make Matt desire a guilty verdict, or it'll make Shelley drop him as his client.
It feels like making Shelley drop him as the client is what we want.
Okay.
And that some bit of evidence will allow us to demonstrate that Shelley was duped.
Okay.
That Adrian Andrews was not the person.
So,
And I have a feeling that... But how can we show Shelley anything?
what do we... Well, don't worry about it. I mean, we can worry about the how later, right? They're just asking us to pick a person.
Okay.
So what do you think showing... What do you think would change Shelley's mind if we showed it to him?
I think the video.
And why do you think that?
I think because he doesn't know who Adrian Andrews is. I think that's still the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that showing the video has the best chance of demonstrating to him that Adrian Andrews is a different person than the person who was in that room.
Okay.
No, that Adrian Andrews, the person in that room, is a different person than the person he thinks Adrian Andrews is.
I got you. Let's try it.
I see. Now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
The videotape?
Yeah.
So, a lot of this comes back to how all the time they spent establishing Shelley's motivation, right? And what his trust between clients is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right. It looks like I managed to convince him.
So do you know what you think is on the video?
Is there supposed to be a different thing than what we've received testimony occurred?
Well, we don't know what's on the video. We haven't seen the video at all.
I thought it was the video of the room, right?
That's
That was
what
the
that's what
implication.
that's what we're assuming. Yeah.
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 Oh, okay. Is that the answer you were looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was just the basic assumption from the beginning. So I had no idea what you were trying to get out of me.
because Francisco was like, yeah, we haven't been able to look at this. We don't know what's in here.
Yeah, and obviously it's that one, the one that was missing, and that was filmed of the event.
Well, okay, maybe it's obvious to you, but it takes a moment.
Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, and that one piece of evidence is the entirety of One Piece.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you're on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Oh,
that
so
true?
it's just as simple as a violation of trust that he was recorded.
Exactly.
I thought it was going to be demonstrating that Adrian Andrews rather than...
No, it's more a that's a breach of his. Remember, he went big thing earlier about how he values his privacy and values that contract between him and his clients.
Yeah.
And if something were to break that, then, well, they wouldn't be his client for much longer now, would they?
Yep.
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews?
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a time and place for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Engarde film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you.
He explained it
Yeah.
to us already, yeah.
Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. Assassins are above blackmail. Yeah, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and I even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Tiska, tiska, tiska. I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright. Oh, sorry, that was you.
Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item.
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
Well, this trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, actually, I'm sort of, I don't quite know what just happened there at the end. Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that?
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it is time to finally hand down a verdict.
Mr. Engarde, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Hey! Help me!
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief.
So, you don't have, no matter what, like, you can end the case however you want here. I like it a lot more if we plead guilty.
Yeah.
Because I think it says a lot more to Phoenix's character arc. Like, if he like fully understands that, like, it's my job at the courtroom to find the truth, even and like not uphold a perfect record like he accuses, like all of his opponents do. So we're gonna plead guilty.
Yep. Matt Engarde. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty, guilty, guilty! Seems it was having a normal one. Was I using that correctly? As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much
We
in
were
this.
all equal partners in figuring this out together, all three of us. Mr. Edgeworth, how's Matt on guard?
I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
I'm still gonna point my finger at you. She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. It's more badass if you know my actual history here,
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Anyway, I'm going to jail now.
Yes, but only for the crime of desecrating a corpse. Which I believe is a lot more lenient of
Looks like everything has resolved at last. For myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but one seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me.
This courtroom runs on vibes.
The California court system is fucked. That is all. This court is fucking adjourned. The fuck out of here. I'm gonna say it one more time.
Can I say it, Your Honor?
No.
Fair enough.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Engarde, is...
Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right!
Edgeworth.
I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really?
Pearls.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Yay! Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. I almost wanted to punch you there for a moment. I'm so happy. I did punch you.
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I don't know how else to manage my emotions. I believed in you. Kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Senor Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma. How dare you?
Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless, but a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. The prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
And you could see the exact moment that happened to him starting around the end of case 3 in that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge that we hold everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one, it's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, that is the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already. Didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Nick? Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
I'm a Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now.
This is, an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's also something else here.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick! Nick, I need hugs and I need cheeseburgers and then more hugs in that order.
We can arrange for this. Maya!
Mystic Maya! Maya!
Best CG in the whole fucking game. I don't fucking care.
you would come through. You got on guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Well, whatever. Look, it's all over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I mean, it seems like it must be. Your sister...
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya,
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved that you're all right.
Hey, looks like you made some real progress too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Okay, now we're on to step 2, right? All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
All right, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of gourmet food. So I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food. Fucking duh.
Oh, hey everyone. I'm back.
Wow.
Sorry about that. I was in a car accident.
Who hasn't been these days?
Most people, I would hope.
Gumshoe, are you all right?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was going to give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Ha ha!
Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now, everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Don't you need to take that out of the you know what? Never mind.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera.
Well, hey pal, at least we can put this whole messy case behind us now. Come on! Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective.
Oh, me? You really think so?
He's right. It wasn't for the 3 items you took. I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, well, you know, it's, wait. That's odd. When I ran off with things from Dick Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. But who boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh?
I resent that. It's not my fault. You think? It's alright. It's not like I have anxiety about it now. Nick, I'm not a burden, am I?
No, never.
Okay.
Why does she look so happy about that?
I'm masking, Nick. But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary, but it felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. Huh. No, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, whatever. It's nothing important anyway.
Ah.
Yeah.
It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again.
I'm sorry, I appear to be beeping. Huh?
What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking up something.
Oh, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she struck attacking. I can't even pronounce words anymore.
It's fine. You've clearly got head trauma. You can take as many tries as you need.
Awesome. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. I know you're standing right there. Tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
What? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
Wow, this is mean.
Wow, rude, Nick. See, this is why I have self-image problems, Nick, because of people like you in your mind brain.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, you really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thank you, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
Well?
I'm wondering if it's going to be the badge, but do we have anything else here that... Or is it the whip?
We've got a lot of evidence. What do you think?
I feel like it's got to be the whip.
It is the whip. If you hadn't picked the whip, I would pick the whip anyway, because
Yeah.
this gets you a different ending.
Okay.
What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. And me. As it were.
You don't need to thank me. I was just doing my job. Also, good reference.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mr. Maya.
Huh? Yeah, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly? Did you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Oh, anyway. Was no one going to tell her about the gays yet? I mean, it's just the coolest thing.
Fucking everybody in Phoenix Wright learning yesterday about the existence of homosexuals and being like, wow, that's pretty rad. Can't say I ever thought about that before.
Oh, how many genders are there? I don't know. I just got here. I'm eager to learn, though. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you, Nick.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I gotta already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? 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 Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Do you want a scream pillow? I've got one of those.
Yes. Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
All right then, if you say so. Objection!
Yeah!
This game fucking rules.
Why were...
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death like 3 times now. That's pretty cool, right? I feel like a pro. Don't look too far into that. It's not traumatizing or anything. At least it's all done now, right? No more
I
trauma
sure
for
hope
Maya.
so.
I am so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Pearl is more precocious than anything else.
Why does everybody have access to Nick's credit card?
Right? Except
Literally the entire cast.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. Heard he said things like letting that one go was bad for all of society or something. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Well, maybe a bit less crashing headlong.
Good people could disagree
You
on
can
this.
crash metaphorically.
I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring the uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Maybe in the third game.
I don't remember what voice we gave her, so I just went with my gut.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you voice Maggie?
I have no idea.
Okay, it's been a while.
Yeah, I'm here to visit a patient. No, Director Hottie. Recently, yeah, that girl, I haven't seen her around. Yeah, but I remember if I even leaned so much as I had her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yeah. Oh. Don't mind me. I'm still creeping.
I think that's the last we see of Director Hottie, though.
Thank God.
Do you want me to tell you what characters we will see more of, though? Or do you want to be surprised?
Maybe you should be surprised.
It's time to begin our quest for world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
I voiced this character.
Shit.
Hey, Max, you know what it's like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I took away your spotlight moment. To be fair, it was the circus people, though.
Yeah. It was a kindness, if anything.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears this time. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo curls. Represent. We got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Now.
Why am I here? Just to suffer.
Oh, what's this drat? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this?
Oh, but it's for Edgy Poo's idea. That means it must have a deep hidden meaning.
But why do I get the feeling that it wouldn't forget about me, would they?
I was never like this in the old days. Everyone always thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy, and then treat me like royalty. Any man who doesn't know about this is going to feel the pain in my heels. He's going to feel the burn. And speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous because of that three of the warehouse where they store the scenery. They burn right down.
Yeah, they all just kind of forgot about Oldbag.
Yeah. She's still sweeping the hotel for bugs to this day.
I don't know. I don't remember if she shows up in 3 or not.
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart, especially putting me in jail. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Ms. Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her on anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Oh, she gave you that invite too, did she? Oh, okay. I'll see you at the group then.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please visit my homepage. May we all be blessed with longevity.
D-Killer does show up again. I think it's Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So not one we're going to play for a very long time.
I'm imagining he ends up on the as the defendant at some point. That'd be funny.
I don't know. I haven't played I2 yet.
Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
With this, of course.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like a tracking device in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
Well, when I ran off with the things from Tequila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things.
Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca.
So many expectations from everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me? I'm no genius, I've always known that. But I had to be one, I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and you always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor, nor pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe that you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I'd left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma.
I'm Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Because remember, she's barely 18 and also his sister. It's... This is her.
Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this 4th piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
In the meantime, have you considered stopping by the Ace Attorney Investigation series?
Maya's drawing!
Yep. Remember the card she picked up?
Yeah.
What a great fucking game.
Yeah.
I love this series so fucking much.
That was a good case, too.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there's a game 2 is much better than the first game in a lot of ways. There's a much more like consistent through line, right? And there's like an overarching plot and stuff, and with the characters and stuff. The cases are on the whole stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even the clown case, which I fucking hate. I mostly hate that for incidental reasons. Right? There's clearly some missteps. Like, they wanted to make things harder. So there were things like punishing you for pressing around and stuff, which sucked. Hated that. But they went back on in later cases. But it introduced stuff like the Magatama, which made adventure, which made the investigation segments more high stakes, right? Mm-hmm. All in all, the second game I think is a lot better than the first. The third is, I don't think anyone will disagree that the third is the best. But number 2 I think has the most fan favorite cases in it. Like, I think the end case there is one of the heavy fan favorites, and the second one is obviously one of my personal favorites.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So we'll see you next time when we start the third game in the series.
Yeah.
That one was released originally with 5 cases. And then that'll be it for the original trilogy. I'm so glad we got to play this and that you're playing with. I'm really hoping you're enjoying your time with it.
I am.
And don't worry, Francisca will come back for the. She has to come back for the finale. She's on the fucking cover. Anyway. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Smash that like, comment and subscribe.